living water, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. Yahusha, living water, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. I'll sing out with praise to you. Your name is beautiful to me, my King. I'll sing out with praise to you. My heart desires to honor you, Moriah. I sing out with praise to you, Yahusha. Living Torah, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. Yahusha, living Torah, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. I sing out with praise to you. Your name is beautiful to me, my King. I sing out with praise to you. My heart desires to honor you, my God. I'll sing out with praise to you, Yahusha. Living Torah, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah.
Yisrael. Yahuwah our Elohim. Yahuwah is one. And you shall love Yahuwah, your Elohim, with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart, and you shall impress them upon your children, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up, and shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. And the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commands hang all the Torah and the prophets. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Shabbat shalom, everybody. Glad to see y'all here. Wow, another week's gone by. Here we are again. Yom Shabbat creeping up on us. The day of Yahuwah, day of delight, day of celebration, day of a festival. The day we're supposed to get to know Yahuwah and pursue to know Yahuwah. So here we are. It's great to be with all of you. And can't wait to get into the word of truth. My favorite thing to do. Been a very busy week for me, so I haven't had a whole lot of time to get into it as much as I would like to, but we'll try to make up for that during Shabbat here. And so we're going to speak a little bit this evening on a very important topic, really. I think most of us overlook. And that is Jerusalem and Zion. Some say Mount Zion, and also known as Zion. And there's a reason for that as well. And Jerusalem and Mount Moriah. Are they all the same thing? And if not, what's the difference? And what's the scriptural importance of them? And so that's what we're going to look at this evening. I think it's an important study and something that we all should clear up and get to understand, and so that there's no confusion. And before we get started into this wonderful study this evening in the scriptures of truth, let me say hello to a few people in the chat room, and then we'll get started right away. So here we go, looking over into the chat room. I noticed right off the get-go that I failed to put my greeting up there. And so let's do that. So Shabbat, Shalom, beloved of Yahuwah. Alrighty. And there we go. There's our greeting. And we'll go up here, start at the top, and work our way down as others trickle in. Alrighty. So, wow. What a study this is going to be. All right, so here we go. Brother Levi Davis. Welcome, Brother Levi Davis. Glad you're here, man. Shalom. In case y'all don't know, I always say hello to the people that's in here, and then I read their comment. And so that's what I'm doing. Sandra Brunston. Welcome, Sister Sandra. Shema. Of course, Shalom. Shalom means peace. It could also mean hello. It could mean goodbye. It could mean finished. This depends on the context that you're using it in, doesn't it? Shema means hear. in the Hebrew tongue. Sharon, Shiran, glad you're here, Sister Sharon. Shiran, Shabbat Shalom. So that means rest, peace in the Hebrew tongue. Raul Koto, Shalom, familia from Yami and Raul. Okay, so that means peace, family in Spanish. Shalom, peace in Hebrew tongue. Familia would be family in the Spanish tongue. From Brother Raul and Sister Yami. Glad y'all are here. Jack Mint. Shabbat Shalom. Thanks for coming, Jack. Grandma Sunshine in the house. Shabbat Shalom. Hiti Tujo. Hi. Well, glad you're here. June Manning and Brother Joe. Glad you all are here. Shabbat Shalom, family. June and Joe, love you. Jeremiah, glad you're here, Brother Jeremiah. Shalom, family. Joseph Hessen, glad you're here, Joseph. Shalom Mishpaka, that means peace, family in the Hebrew tongue. Shalom Mishpaka. Lorana Moran, Shabbat Shalom. Glad you're here, Lorana. Sister Peggy Russell, glad you're here, Peggy. Shalom, everyone. Rose Wright, Shabbat Shalom, Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Okay, so that's a lot of Hebrew tongue there. That means Shabbat, rest, Shalom, peace, Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Blessed is he who comes in the name of Yahuwah. And that would be Yahusha. That's what the Israelites were saying, the Hebrew were saying, wasn't it, when he came into the city of Jerusalem, which we're going to be studying about tonight, this evening. And the king entered, King Yahusha, on the colt of a donkey. And they were laying palm branches down as he entered into the city. And the people were crying out to him, Hushanu, 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 Barak haba b'shem Yahuwah. Weren't they? Of course they were. Deliver us now. Blessed is he who comes in the name of Yahuwah. Grandma Sunshine in the house again. I'm sitting outside enjoying the most beautiful weather we've ever had. Oh, we've had. Okay. Yeah. And y'all have been having some rain up there. So, Brother Lou and Sister Phyllis in the house. Welcome, Brother Lou and Sister Phyllis. We're sitting beside each other outside. Brother Ike Clark in the house. Shabbat Shalom to all with love from Ike and Sharon. Mr. Three Jobs, Brother John. Welcome, Brother John. Shabbat Shalom. Brother Yehudru in the house. Shabbat Shalom, family. Mark, could you do a list of Almighty One's names and others, words we shouldn't say on our lips at a later time? Well, you know, we'll have to dial into that one in the near future, I guess. All right. Well, see, we got anybody new in tonight? Yeah, we have a few new people. Grafted in Gentile. Shabbat Shalom. I have to ask, why do you have the Star of Daud? Okay, that's very interesting, isn't it? Okay. Yummy Japan Natsarim. Glad you're here. Yummy. Shabbat Shalom. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. JK, glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom. Is there anyone else that wants to leave a comment? real quick so I can say hello to you before we get started. If not, if I missed anybody, sorry about that. I didn't mean to do it intentionally. I've been known to miss people, but never intentionally. I love everybody who comes in here. I have no ill feelings of anyone, so don't ever think that I am missing you or I'm not acknowledging you on purpose, because I never do. I've been accused of it, but I just don't do that. And so if I missed you, I'm sorry that I missed you. And you're always welcome here all the time, every time, and any time on the Netzarim channel. The Netzarim ain't here to hurt you. The Netzarim are here to help you. Now, one thing I want to say, since I made that comment, is this. Look, there's a lot of crazy stuff out there. And our job as Netzarim is not to teach really about the crazy stuff that's out there, but stick to the scriptures of truth. And it's true that the Star of Daud, or the seal of David, is not in scripture, okay? But it's also a legitimate symbol. I mean, there can be good and bad on everything. We can take a coin and flip it. One side's good and one side's bad, depending on if you got your way or not. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to get caught up in all the crazy stuff. But I get this feeling that this is important to you, grafted in Gentile. By the way, if you're grafted in, you're no longer a Gentile. Okay? So you don't have to continue to call yourself a Goyim. Once you're grafted in, you are now an adopted son. You're an Israelite. You're a Hebrew. You crossed over. Hebrew. Cross over. You become an Israelite, a Hebrew. Hebrew isn't really a nation per se, but the language of a group of people, a native language, called Hebrew. Okay, they call them Hebrew because they speak Hebrew. Just kind of like they call them Englishmen because they speak English. Sort of like that. I'm going to spend just a few minutes on this because this is really far off of what our study is about this evening. But since it seems to be important to you, because I'm getting that feeling, we're going to go into this. I don't know if you have the fossilized customs. So I'm going to cheat a little bit on this one. And I'm going to go to this page right here. It's called the Seal of David. And read it to you. Because I love you. And I want you to get this. I don't want you to freak out on all these little signs and all this triangles and circles and stars and all this crazy stuff. You just drive yourself crazy thinking like that. Okay? Just keep your mind on the things from above, not on the things below, and you'll be good to go, man. What are you thinking about the things below? All right, so the seal of David is formed by two deletes. And I know they say, oh, no, it's not, because it's not straight up and down like a triangle. I've heard it all. We all have. And they got a little bit of a point there. So we go right here, and we can look at it. Here's the delete. It's a triangle. It's a little cocked. It looks a little bit cocked, but nevertheless, it's a triangle. So that stands for a deleth, or a D in English. And so the seal of Daud that you're seeing up there on that Israeli flag in the right-hand corner of my screen, left-hand corner actually, but as you're looking at it, it's in the right-hand corner, has two deletes. one attached to the other. Okay. Because Daoud has a D in the front and a D in the end of the name, and that's why they do that. Okay, the seal of Daoud. Because of Christian anti-Semitism, because of Christian anti-Semitism and misinformation, many will say that this symbol was used by pagans. But there is an older origin to it that is overlooked. It isn't a religious symbol, yet is a scriptural fulfillment. The symbol of the Torah, Yahusha, is the menorah, a representation of the tree of life. It also represents his name, because Yahusha has 7 letters in his name, and this menorah has 7 branches. It represents the 7 appointed times, the 7 days of the week, and we can go on and on. The 7 days of creation, on and on and on. The banner of King Daoud struck terror in the hearts of his enemies, as the 2 inverted letters represented the name Daoud. He was the beloved one of Yahuwah. Beloved is spelled Dalith, Ua, Dalith. It's the king's seal, and it will be the throne of Daoud upon which Yahusha will one day set to reign the earth and the universe. People are led to believe this seal was the star mentioned at Acts 7. This is where all the crazy stuff comes in. But that star was made to bow to. The seal of Daoud has never been bowed to by any believer of Yahuwah. No one's ever worshiped that star. That's like saying we worship all the stars on the 50 stars on the American flag. Do you do that? The crux symbol, or the cross symbol, was and still is bowed down to throughout human history, and still do. The Yehudim venerated the zodiac, even putting the animal symbols in Yahuwah's temple. Refer to Ezekiel chapter 8 and in other buildings. Okay. All right. So we go to Acts 7 real quick here. 43. I know this is a hard one, but you gotta listen up, man. Sitting there groaning and moaning and groaning and poking yourself in the eye and pulling your hair out. All right, so Acts 7:43 says, "And you took up the tent of Molech and the star of your mighty one, Ki-un, images which you made to bow before them. Therefore I shall remove you beyond Babel." Okay, so these stars is the name of a star in the Hebrew language, and they were bowing down to these stars. This isn't the star of King Daoud, okay? This was a totally different star that they were bowing down to, and they did it to quite a few, really. And we can pick that up over in Amos as well. If you go to Amos in 5:26, it says, probably start up here, and I'll start in 25. "You brought me slaughterings and meal offerings in the wilderness for 40 years, house of Yesharel. But you took up Sikuth, your sovereign, and Kinyon, that's the same exact one star that we saw over in Acts 7:43. Same name. Okay. So look back to Acts 7:43. Your idols. See, idols. Why were they idols? Because they were bowing down worshiping them. That's why they were an idol. Your astral mighty ones. See, that's stars, planets, moons, sun, that kind of stuff. Your astral mighty ones, which you made for yourselves. Therefore, I shall send you into exile beyond Damascus. That's beyond Babel. Said Yahuwah Elohim Zebaoth, his name. So there you go. He mentions it twice in Acts 7:43 and over in Amos 5:26 as well. And you can see that that's what they were bowing down to. They weren't bowing down to the seal of Daoud. That's nonsense. That's lying. That's falsehood. That's teaching a lie. That's not what they were doing. So to continue on just for a few more minutes, Daoud's name is his seal. Yashayahu, Isaiah 11:10-13 describes a banner, which is a flag. A banner is a flag. Ephraim, one of the 10 lost families of Yisrael, lost tribes, is mentioned, along with Yehuda. And Adoni, Adonai, Yahuwah, is said to reach out his hand a second time to reclaim the remnant of his people who were lost, dispersed over the earth. On this banner is the symbol of the root of Jesse, or Yeshe. This means a descendant of Yeshe, or Jesse, being Daoud. Jesse, or Yeshe, was King Daoud's dad. It's a king's seal, the literal name of Daoud, or David. Commonly called a star, it is really not a star. It is really Daoud's name, written in 2 Paleo-Hebrew letters, 2 Delis, the beginning and ending of Daoud's name. It stands today on the flag of Yisrael, which you see up there in the corner of my screen, and is the symbol of a great king of Yisrael that once ruled over the 12 tribes, and they were one nation under King Daoud. Over time, Satanists began to use it with a circle around it, since in conjuring up demons, they believe they must stand in a circle of protection as they do so. They also have to have a cross in the room. It can be an upside down cross, an upright cross, a sideways cross, but they have to have a cross when they do their satanic rituals in the room. It won't help them, since candles and circles with symbols in them cannot protect anyone from demons or Satan. That's hogwash. That's silliness. There's no power in symbols. That's like saying, "Oh, if a cat crosses along in the front of my car, I'm going to be in trouble. That's bad. That's bad news. If I walk under a ladder, I'm in big trouble." That's all in your head. Just like these symbols are all in your head. Ain't no power in them symbols. There's no power in the names of the false mighty ones. We have up here Yahudru asking for a list of names of false mighty ones. Why? There's no power in them. They can't hurt you. They're not even real. The only thing that's real is when a demon attaches his self to that name. And so he can respond when you call out that name that does have no power, or nor the mighty one either. Do you think that a statue of Zeus has some kind of power over you that can hurt you? Or his name, Zeus, can hurt you? It cannot. It's not his name. He's not real. So why ain't we supposed to say him? Because it's disrespectful to our mighty one, Yahuwah, to say the name of false mighty ones that idiots bow down to. That's why they're bowing down to that name. So now it becomes a sin, a problem, doesn't it? Other than that, it can't hurt you. This may as well repel them with a cross. Speaking of demons, that won't help, since candles and circles with symbols in them cannot protect anyone from demons. They may as well repel them with a cross, as we see done in vampire movies. By the way, the real reason Dracula in those vampire movies hates the cross is because it is the symbol of the sun. And the sun, is supposed to vaporize vampires. If they get the sun rays touch a vampire, what happens to them? Oh, it vaporizes them. Vampires are not real, just like those false mighty ones are not real. But demons and the devil are real. Many Christian teachers are actively promoting the notion that this seal is dynamic, and they reference Acts 7:43 to prove it, but they are making a horrible mistake. The shrine of Moloch and the star of your God, Rephan, is the symbol used by Islam today, which is a moon and a star on the Islamic flag. And this symbol symbolizes child sacrificing to Moloch. Look that one up. The moon symbol represents Semiramis, Diana, Artemis, Asherah, Ishtar, and Easter, and the star is Tammuz, her child. Another image commonly seen today but misunderstood is the old image of Shamash, here seen in an ancient incense burner and later on a Catholic stained glass window, reinterpreted to be the Star of Bethlehem. And that's right here. You see the stars on the incense burner, and above there in the stained glass as well. Some will try to convince you that it is an evil talisman able to be inhabited by demons, a door into the demonic world. Come on. Try to educate them, but avoid being offensive. 1 Peter 3, 8 through 12 is a text that should guide us in love and applies to many areas. The cross seen by Constantine was all in his mind. The image of his deity Apollo, the sun. Constantine was a sun worshiper. The ancient world had no doubt what the crook's image represented. Sun worship. But we do today. They doubt it. They don't understand it. But guess what? You see that joker right there? That wanted outlaw named Constantine the First. He's wanted outlaw for sending so many people to the lake of fire. teaching them how to worship his son, God, Apollo. That's about all I'm going to talk about that now. You can take all that information and do with it what you will. But when you hear truth, my suggestion is, love it. Love the truth when you hear it and discard the lies. But them lies ain't going to get you nowhere but burnt. Okay, so let's get on with today's study, if you will. So Jerusalem, the city of Jerusalem. Jerusalem, what an amazing city. Yahusha wept over it. So that right there tells you that's a very important study. If Yahusha HaMashiach wept over Jerusalem, then don't you think that's important for us to understand why and what's so important about this city that it would cause Yahusha to weep? Luke 13, says, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, killing the prophets and stoning those who are sent to her. How often I wish to gather your children together, the way a hen gathers her chickens under her wings, but you would not. See, your house is left to you laid waste, and truly I say to you, you shall by no means see me until the time comes when you say, Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. (1941) through 44 says, I'll say 40 through 44. But he answering said to them, I say to you that if these shall be silent, the stones would cry out. And as he came near, he saw the city and wept over it. It was Jerusalem. Yahusha saw the city and wept over it, saying, if you only knew even today the conditions for your peace, but now they are hidden from your eyes, because Yamam shall come upon you when your enemies shall build a rampart around you and surround you and press you on all sides and dash you to the ground and your children within you. And they shall not leave in you one stone upon another, because you did not know the time of your visitation. That's why he wept over Jerusalem, right? Because he knew it was going to be destroyed. Correct? Correct. So Jerusalem is perhaps one of the oldest cities in existence right now. on the earth. It dates back to at least 5,000 plus years ago. The city of David was lost to the Israelites, really, for 2,000 years, nearly 2,000 years, until it was reborn in 1948. It's the only city that's ever did that, has ever been out of existence, off the map for 2,000 years, and then come back on the map. So Jerusalem today is a city in the southern Levant. Okay, it lies on a plateau in the Judean mountain range between the Mediterranean Sea and the Dead Sea. It's one of the oldest cities in the world, and it's considered to be the most fought over city in the world, the most wanted city in the world. In other words, when most people want to go to, it's the center hub of three major religions in the world. And these major religions, if you will, are Judaism, Christianity, and Islamic. There's two sets of people that actually claim Jerusalem as their capital city: Israel and Palestine. So throughout the long history of Jerusalem, recorded history of Jerusalem, and most of that history is recorded in the Tanakh, scriptures of truth. But throughout its long recorded history, the city of Jerusalem has been totally destroyed, at least twice. It's come under besieged on at least 23 times, and Jerusalem has been captured and recaptured over 44 times, and the city has been attacked over 52 times. The city was known as Mount Moriah during Abraham's time, when he took his son Yitzhak and be offered up to Yahuwah as a sacrifice. It was Mount Moriah. And then it was Salem, was the name of the old city before it was named Jerusalem. And they had some other names as well. Was also called the City of David. It's but that's really only a part of Jerusalem. So the City of David is Jerusalem, but it's just a part of Jerusalem. It's also called Zion, but Zion was just a part of Jerusalem. It wasn't the whole city. Neither was the city of David, or Daud. During the Canaanite rule, before the Israelites, before King Daud, around the 14th century BCE, the Jerusalem was called Jerusalem. They found that name inscribed on the ancient Egyptian tablet. And this wasn't the same name as Salem. This was this meaning that was Jerusalem, the city, meaning the city of Shalom, was more than likely named after a Canaanite deity. They were all pagans. The city has been divided into different quarters throughout its history as well. There's been an Armenian quarter, there's a Christian quarter, there's a Jewish quarter, there's a Muslim quarter, even right now today. And so, as it has been before, split up like that. So right now, Jerusalem is the most populated city in Israel, with a approximate estimated population of around 971,800 people, residents, and that is probably about 60% of them are Israeli citizens, and 40% are not. Roughly. So according to the Tanakh, King Daud conquered the city from the Jebusites and established it as the capital of Israel. And then his son, King Solomon, was the one who built the first temple there on the Temple Mount. Israel's mentioned over 500, Jerusalem is mentioned over 500 times in scriptures. The form Jerusalem, the name Jerusalem, first appears in the Tanakh in the book of Joshua or Yahusha. This name is a little bit of controversy about this name, but the name is basically a combination of two names. Yireh, the abiding place, which would be, Yahuwah Yireh, the abiding place, which is the name that was given by Abraham to the place there where he planned the sacrifice of his son, Yitzhak. And then Shalom or Shalem would be the place or city of peace, the name given by a high priest called Shem. And so together, then it would be the city of peace, meaning the city of peace. Um, the Tanakh is very clear in that Yahuwah claims Jerusalem as his. Yeah, Scripture tells us that Yahuwah is Elohim of the whole Eretz. But he says the mountains of Yehuda or Judah belong to him. And he says that he is the Elohim of Jerusalem. And he says that he will write his name there forever. He will be there forever. There was an ancient settlement there at the place of Jerusalem that was founded as early as the Bronze Age, and it was on the hill just above the Gihon Spring. And according to the scriptures, it was named Jebus and was called the Fortress of Zion. So Metsudat Zion, and it was renamed later as the City of David and was known by this name in antiquity. So another name, Zion, initially referred to a distinct part of Jerusalem. But later, Zion came to signify the city as a whole. And afterwards, Zion even came to represent the entire land of Yisrael. Well, Jerusalem being one of the oldest cities in the world, with the history, recorded history spanning over 5,000 years, its origins track back to about 3000 BC with the first settlement near the Gihon Spring. So the city is first mentioned in Egyptian texts, execration texts around 2000 BC. And by the 17th century BC, Jerusalem had developed into a fortified city under the Canaanite rule. And they had built these massive walls protecting its water system. That was crucial to their survival, right? And they didn't want an opposing army coming in there and poisoning their water supply. And so these massive walls were built. So during the late Bronze Age, Jerusalem became a vassal of ancient Egypt, as documented in the Marnon letters. The city's importance grew during the Israelite period, which began about 1000 BC. And that's when King Daud captured Jerusalem and made it the capital of the United Kingdom of Yisrael, if you will. Dawood's son, Solomon, he built the first temple, establishing the city as a major religious type center. And following the kingdom split between the north and the south kingdoms, Jerusalem remained the capital of the kingdom of Yehuda until it was eventually captured by the Babylonian Empire in 586 BCE. So the Babylonians destroyed Solomon's temple, and leading to the Babylonian exile of the Hebrew population, the Israelite population. After the Persian conquest of Babylon in roughly 539 BCE, Cyrus the Great allowed the Israelites to return to Jerusalem and rebuilt the city and its temple. And this began the Second Temple period that most of us are familiar with. So Jerusalem fell under the Hellenistic rule, the Greeks, after the conquest of Alexander the Great in 332 BCE, leading to increasing cultural and political influence from Greece. The Hasmonean revolt in 164 BCE briefly restored Israel's sovereignty, with Jerusalem as the capital of an independent state. Okay, so that would be the Maccabees, right? So in 63 BCE, Jerusalem was captured by Pompey and brought under Roman rule. The city was embellished by Herod the Great, who expanded the Second Temple. So it was not all that great, the Second Temple, until Herod the Great expanded it and made it a lot better. Okay, so this renovation and expansion by Herod the Great made it one of the largest sanctuaries at that time in the ancient world, if you will. But tensions between the Israelites and the Roman authorities eventually escalated into a revolt by the Israelites against the occupation of the Romans. And this resulted in the siege and the destruction of the entire city of Jerusalem, including the Second Temple in 70 CE or AD. A few decades later, the city was rebuilt as the Roman colony called Aelia Capitolina, which was dedicated to their son, God, Jupiter. This provoked another Israeli revolt around 132 to 136 CE or AD. After the revolt suppression, the Israelites were banned from the city. And so this would be during the Byzantine period. And so Jerusalem gained prominence as a center of Christian pilgrimage, especially after Constantine supported the construction of the Circus of the Holy Sepulchre. In 638 CE, Jerusalem was conquered by Islam, the Rashidun Caliphate, and under this was Islamic rule. And then the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque was built, solidifying its religious importance to the Muslims. Now, during the Crusades that was led by Catholicism, Jerusalem changed hands multiple times. And so the rumor has it that the Catholics created the Islamic religion because they wanted them to take over Jerusalem because the Pope wanted to put his throne on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. And the Islamic people did take it, but they refused to hand it over to the Romans. And so it created a problem. Okay. So during the Crusades, when the Catholics got mad and they went in there and they fought the Muslims for control of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, the city changed hands multiple times, back and forth, being captured by the Crusaders, the Roman Crusaders, or Christian Crusaders, if you will, under their big red crooks in 1099 CE, and recaptured by Saladin in 1187 CE. And then it remained under the Islamic control until it became part of the Ottoman Empire in about 1517 CE or AD. So in the modern period, Jerusalem was divided between Israel and the Jordan after the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. So Israel captured East Jerusalem during what they called the 6-Day War in 1967. And this supposedly reunited the city under full Israeli control. Now, the prime minister of Israel at the time, Golda Meir, after the 6-Day War, was so mind-blowing because little Israel was totally surrounded by all the Arab nations, and they defeated all the Arabian armies, those nations, in 6 days. And so it's just such an astonishing feat that the American president at the time joked around with the prime minister of Israel and said, we will trade you some of our best generals for the one general that led that 6-Day War. I can't recall his name right now, but anyways, it was a very famous quote of Golda Meir, and she said, "Okay," she said, "it's a deal. Give me General Electric and General Motors, and I'll trade you." And so it was a great quote from her, showing how intelligent she really was. But the status of Jerusalem then, even now, even though the Israelis united the entire city under Israeli control in that 6-Day War, the status of Jerusalem remains highly contentious issue even now, with both the Israelis and the Palestinians claiming it as their capital city. So the Tanakh the Israeli scholars, historians, the Tanakh, all emphasize that the ancient, emphasize the ancient Yehudi connection to this city, Jerusalem. The Palestinian narrative highlights the city's broader historical and multicultural significance. And both these perspectives influence contemporary discussions of what we have today, of Jerusalem's status and future, as being either a one united city under Israeli control, or a divided city under Israeli control and half under Palestinian control, with possibly some type of peace arrangement. In other words, United Nations troops keeping the peace in the divided city. So that's what's going on right now. Psalms 122:6 tells us to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. So that brings us pretty much up to what's going on with Jerusalem right now. It's a much different city now than one might expect or really understand. Outside of the old city walls, really Jerusalem is quite modern. So Zion and Jerusalem, is it the same thing? So while the terms Zion and Jerusalem are often used interchangeably, they do represent different aspects of the city and its significance. So Zion as a specific location, okay? Initially, Zion referred to a specific fortress in ancient Jerusalem, which was captured by King Daud. This location was renamed the City of Daud after King Daud's conquest. Over time, this term Zion came to encompass a larger area, including the Temple Mount itself and the neighborhoods surrounding the king and his court, the city of Daud. Jerusalem is the entire city, including the city of David and Zion and everything else. It's the entire city. So Jerusalem refers to the entire city as a whole, built on the hills surrounding Jerusalem. When they say there's 7 hills there, that include Mount Zion or Zion. So it is the historical and spiritual capital of Yisrael, encompassing the Temple Mount, the city of David, Zion, in the wider urban area. Okay, that's Jerusalem. So symbolically, if you will, Zion in Yehudish tradition, Zion holds a profound significance as a symbol of Yahuwah's presence and the spiritual heart of Yisrael. Zion signifies the inner qualities that distinguish the Israelite people and their unique relationship with the one true living Elohim, Yahuwah. Jerusalem, symbolically, Jerusalem represents the city's role as a spiritual center for Yisrael and the entire world, influencing and uplifting all the nations. So let's talk a little bit about the interchangeable usage of these terms, Zion and Jerusalem. The terms Zion and Jerusalem are often used interchangeably, and that's okay, as names for the city. So particularly in poems, poetic purposes, and prophetic texts in the Tanakh. For an example, we turn to Isaiah 62:1. Isaiah 62:1 says, "For Zion's sake I am not silent, and for Jerusalem's sake I do not rest, until her righteousness goes forth as brightness, and her deliverance as a lamp that burns. And the nations shall see your righteousness, and all sovereigns your esteem. And you shall be called by a new name, which the mouth of Yahuwah designates. And you shall be a crown of comeliness in the hand of Yahuwah, and a royal headdress in the hand of your Elohim. And no longer are you called forsaken, and no longer is your land called deserted, but you shall be called Kephsabah, and your land married, for Yahuwah shall delight in you, and your land be married." For as a young man marries a maiden, so shall your sons marry you. And as the bridegroom rejoices over the bride, so shall your Elohim rejoice over you. I have set watchmen on your walls, O Jerusalem, all the Yam and all the Leah, continually, who are not silent. You who remember Yahuwah, give yourselves no rest, and give him no rest till he establishes, until he makes Jerusalem a praise in the Eretz. Wow. Yahuwah has sworn by his right hand and by the arm of his strength, no more do I give your grain to be food for your enemies, nor do sons of the foreigner drink your new wine, for which you have labored. But those gathering it shall eat it and praise Yahuwah, and those collecting it shall drink it in my set-apart courts. Pass through the gates, prepare the way for the people, build up the highway, remove the stones, lift up a banner for the peoples. See, Yahuwah has proclaimed to the end of the Eretz. Say to the daughter of Zion, see, your deliverance has come. See, your reward is with him, and his work before him. And they shall be called the Kadesh people, the redeemed of Yahuwah. And you shall be called sought out, a city not forsaken. Wow. Wow, man, that's so powerful. That's some powerful stuff right there. Woo! Gave me goosebumps. All right, man. So there's a good example here. Really poetic and prophetic text is here in Isaiah 62. Wow. And so Isaiah 62, 1 here uses parallelism to demonstrate this overlap, don't it? Yeah, it does. It says, for Zion's sake, I will not be silent. And for Jerusalem's sake, I do not rest. Powerful stuff, man. So in essence, then, while Zion is technically a part of Jerusalem, it also holds a deeper and more spiritual and symbolic meaning in Israeli tradition, representing Yahuwah's presence and the unique characteristics of his chosen people. Okay. Y'all loving this study yet? Well, I hope so. All right, let's get a little bit into it here now. First of all, let's see, we haven't been on that long, have we? Let's try to understand here a little bit about why the Israelites were scattered. Why did Yahuwah kick them out? There's a lot of different reasons, but why did they get removed and scattered throughout the world? Had to leave their promised land. And Jerusalem, Zion, all behind. So I guess we got to back up a little bit here into Leviticus and Jeremiah to find this truth out. But I think we need to spend a little bit of time on that as we continue in this study to clarify some things. So Leviticus 25, 1, 2 says, Yahuwah said to Moses at Mount Sinai, speak to the Israelites and say to them. Okay. And so what he began to speak to them was laws. Okay. Mitzvah, laws concerning different things, but I want to concentrate on this law that had to do with the Shabbatical year, the Shemitah, if you will. Okay. And so the year of the Shemitah is when Yahuwah, when he spoke to Moses, he commands Yisrael to observe the Shemitah every 7 years. And this was Shabbat for the land itself, for the Eretz, okay, for the land. Now, Israel being heavily agricultural society, this was something that was going to be hard on them because they, wanted to grow their harvest, didn't they? Their wheat and their barleys and their fruits and their nuts and all that kind of stuff, right? And so this was really testing the will of the people, right? So according to these laws, crops are not to be planted, tended to, or harvested, and all the agricultural activity is prohibited during this year. Although anyone can eat what the land produced naturally. Okay. So Israel was thrown out for not obeying this. Okay. And what Yahuwah said was, look, I'm going to get you out of here, and the land's going to be able to rest and have its rest. And all those years you didn't give it rest, it's going to get its Sabbath. And that's what happened. So in Israel today, in this era, Israel observes this commandment. This was a huge command. This was a huge activity that happened to them, right? So the last Shemitah year ended in 2022. And so then it would be 7 years on top of that, would be 2029 would be the next one, right? So people that went over to Israel or Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, whatever, during that year back then they would have seen a lot of signs, and signs posted along the highways and on people's properties and stuff like that. And they would have seen overgrown fields along the side of the roads. And it would have been written in Hebrew saying, we observe the Shemitah year here. And a lot of people over there do. And they should, because that's what got thrown them out in the first place. Now, it don't take a genius rocket science to figure out that the Shemitah parallels with Yahuwah's Yom Shabbat, his weekly rest, right? After he created the universe. And we know it is the weekly Shabbat, right? And so this, we can see how the parallel here and the 7-year rest for the land, how it parallels with the 7-day rotation. And see, that's the thing. Even this Shemitah rotates every 7 years. Okay, it doesn't start over for a full moon or anything, or a new moon or anything like that. It rotates 7 years. It parallels with the Shabbat that rotates every 7 days, a continued rotation ever since creation. And so in Judaism, if you will, the number 7 signifies the completion as well as perfection and as well as set apartness. It is considered the all-encompassing number that celebrates the sacred purpose of the people to infuse set apartness into Yahuwah's creation. So Yahuwah warns his people in the Tanakh not to be cheating, not to defraud or take advantage of one another. And he forbids them to even to charge interest on money loaned to another fellow citizen of Israel, an Israelite. So Yahuwah warns us to deal fairly with each other and practice business integrity. Leviticus 25:17 says, do not take advantage of each other, but fear your Elohim. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Yahuwah also makes it perfectly clear that he holds the title deed to the land of Yisrael and does not give us the authority to sell it permanently or to divide it. We are only residents on the land that Yahuwah has given us to live in as pilgrims and strangers. This means the leaders of Israel, they're over there right now, have no right to sell off portions of the land to the enemy or give it away in any way, shape, or form in exchange for false promises of supposed peace. It belongs to Yahuwah. They're not allowed to do that. He makes it perfectly clear. Read Leviticus 25:23. The land must not be sold permanently, because the land is mine, and you reside in my land as foreigners and strangers. So he's the landlord, isn't he? The landowner. Leviticus 25:10 says, consecrate the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout the land to all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you. Each of you is to return to your family property and to your own clan. So every 50th year is jubilee. After every 7 cycles of 7 years, in the 50th year, the shofar is to sound, and the Yovel, or the Jubilee year, is to be celebrated. Not only is the land to lie fallow, but also all debts are to be canceled, and all indentured servants are to return to their land and family. So this is very powerful stuff, man. And look at how this parallels Shabuath, the count to weeks, Festival of Weeks. We're going to count 7 weeks, 7 times 7 Shabbats, right, for 49 days. And then the next day, the 50th day, is Shabuath. Well, look at how it parallels it. After every 7 cycles of 7 years, in the 50th year, the shofar is to sound and the Jubilee years to be celebrated. That wild? So instead of weeks here, it's years. Wow. Man, Yahuwah is very precise with his math, isn't he? Look, people, we serve an Elohim of kindness and full of kindness and mercy. His statutes, his laws, his mitzvot are for the good of us all. It's even for the good of the land and the water and the air, everything. So although there's some among us that might have endured a time of servitude, they were not to permanently remain in that situation because Yahuwah brought his people out of slavery in Mitzrayim, and that no Israelite was to become a permanent slave to one another. They could sell themselves into servitude to pay off a debt, but they could not remain permanently as a slave to another. So in the year of Jubilee, all were to be redeemed and released. Leviticus 26:13 says, I am Yahuwah your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, so that you would no longer be slaves to the Egyptians. I broke the bars of your yoke and enabled you to walk with heads held high. So in Yehudaism, the number 50 is the number of transcendence. It indicates a return to Yahuwah and the emergence of a new creation. Under the Brit Chadasha, which was sealed with the giving of the Ruach HaKodesh on Shabuath, 50 days from Passover, Yahushua HaMashiach became our spiritual jubilee. That's why there's that parallel there. In him, in Yahushua, all debts are canceled. He has redeemed us from slavery to any kind of oppression and empowered us to walk in set apartness with our heads held high. Hallelujah. Yahuwah promises blessings upon the people if they obey his commandments in the Torah. But he warns of punishment, persecution, and even exile for disobeying them. In Leviticus 26:3 and 4, it says, if you walk in my statutes, I will give you your rains in their season, and the land shall yield its increase. So we must keep in mind that Yahuwah does not willingly afflict or grieve us. He only does so when it is absolutely necessary to get our attention so we can see the error of our ways and through his mercy put our feet back on the right path. And through his mercy put our feet back on the right path. Leviticus 3:32 and 33 says, for if he causes grief, then he will have compassion according to his abundant loving kindness. For he does not afflict willingly, nor grieve the children of men. One of the reasons that the Israelites were sent to exile and the land laid barren was because they failed to keep the Shabbatical years. Every 7 years, let the land lay fallow. So therefore, Yahuwah forced the people out so that the land could finally enjoy its Shabbats and make up for those it did not have when the children of Israel lived there. Leviticus 26:33 and 35 says, I will scatter you among the nations and will draw out my sword and pursue you. Your land will be laid waste and your cities will lie in ruins. Then the land will enjoy its Shabbat years all the time that it lies desolate, and you are in the country of your enemies. Then the land will rest and enjoy its Shabbats all the time that it lies desolate. The land will have the rest it did not have during the Shabbat you lived in it. So there it is in Torah. So we too, folks, must be diligent to keep the Shabbat, or Yahuwah. We should be diligent to keep even the weekly Shabbats of Yahuwah, and to rest on every seventh day, rotating day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rest. At least our bodies wear out and need an extended time out to make up for failing to keep the Shabbat day set apart. Despite there being severe consequences to not keeping Yahuwah's statutes, he promises to have mercy on his people, even in exile. To remember his covenant with Abraham, Yitzhak, and Jacob, and to remember the land that belongs to Yahuwah. Leviticus 26, 44, and 45 says, "Yet in spite of this, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them or abhor them so as to destroy them completely, breaking my covenant with them. I am Yahuwah, their Elohim. But for their sake, I will remember the covenant with their ancestors, who I brought out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations to be their Elohim. I am Yahuwah." So 2,500 years after Yahuwah brought back the people from exile in Babylon back to the land of Israel, he's doing it again. But some claim that these modern Israelites in this modern state of Israel is a nation made solely by the efforts of the League of Nations or the United Nations, and not by the hand of Yahuwah. They're not real Israelites under a false flag. That's silliness. It's silliness. Read scripture, man. The Israelites that are over there right now are going to be the Israelites that's over there when he comes back to the Mount of Olives, and they recognize him as their Messiah, because he says they will look at the holes in his palms of his hands and on his side and say, "How did you get those?" And you say, "From those who loved me," the Israelites, and they will become his people. The people that are there right now are those who are going to be shielded in Armageddon and attacked and killed at Armageddon. That's them. Those are the ones that are going to live through all that end time stuff with the anti-Messiah in Armageddon. Okay, he's not going to do the second Exodus and give everybody mortality, bring them back over there to Israelites so they could go through Armageddon. That's silly talk. Better read scripture. We know from history that no one can bring Yahuwah's people out of exile until Yahuwah makes it so. So Yahuwah did it. Stop saying that men did it. Yahuwah did it. It couldn't happen unless Yahuwah allowed it to happen. Yahuwah brought them out of Egypt despite the hard heart of Pharaoh. He released the exiles in Babylon through the decree of King Cyrus after his specific time, 70 years, which were both prophesied in Isaiah 44, 28 through 45, or 44, 28, and Isaiah 45, 1, and Daniel 9, 2. In our time, in the 20th century, he brought his people home through what they call the Balfour Declaration, and the creation of the state of Israel in one day. As Scripture calls it, in one day. This was also prophesied in Isaiah 66:8. Let's look at it. Isaiah 44. Isaiah 44:28 through 45. Isaiah 44:28, I keep saying that. Isaiah 44:28 says, I'm going to go back up to, let's go back up to 26. Confirming the word of his servant and completing the counsel of his messengers, who says of Jerusalem, be inhabited, and of the cities of Yehuda, they shall be built, and her ruins raised up by me. Who is saying to the deep, be dry, and your rivers I dry up. Who is saying of Cherish, he is my shepherd, and he completes all my pleasure. Even saying to Jerusalem, let her be built, and to the temple, let her foundation be laid. There you go. Now look at 45:1. Isaiah 45:1. Thus said Yahuwah to his anointed, to Cherish, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue nations before him and ungird the loins of sovereigns, to open before him the double doors, so the gates are not shut. And then Daniel 9:2. Look at Daniel 9:2. In the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, observed from the scriptures the number of the years, according to the word of Yahuwah given to Yirmiah the prophet, for the completion of the wastes of Jerusalem would be 70 years. There it is, man. So look at Isaiah 66:8 in comparison to that. Isaiah 66:8. Who has heard the like of this? Who has seen the like of these? Is a land brought forth in one day? Is a nation born at once? For as soon as Zion labored, she gave birth to her children. There you go. The state of Israel. Zion, born in one day. Prophesied in Isaiah 66:8. The Palestine Post, in their newspaper, proclaimed the state of Israel born in 1948 at that particular day, that time. One day. Filling scriptural prophecy. And Yahuwah is continuing to enact a modern day revival of Israel that has included miraculous victories, nothing short but a miracle in the 6-Day War of 1967. Also for the 1948 War of Independence in the 48, after the day they were reborn. And then they have the day or the Yom Kippur War that happened in 1973, which was an overwhelming victory as well. All of these wars were miracles, miraculous victories. No other nations have ever done that. So despite the anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism and the anti-Israelism, in the world, Israel is alive and vibrant in this day. And it continues to be a blessing to the world despite the social, political, and physical attacks by her neighbors and by the world ever since her rebirth in 1948. There's nothing short of a miracle, folks. After nearly 2,000 years, Israel came back on the map in one day. We examine all the independent events culminating in the formation of an independent Israeli state. We have to admit that Yahuwah will never allow his people to be destroyed completely, nor will Yahuwah ever break his covenants with his people. It ain't going to happen. The replacement theologists love to say that those people over there in Israel aren't really his people. They love to tell you that, but it's not true. I hope you can see that now. Yahuwah is a covenant maker. Men are covenant breakers, not Yahuwah. He's not going to break his covenant. That's silliness to say Yahuwah broke his covenant with his chosen people. Ain't going to happen. Not completely. It's kind of sad in a way because, there's crowds of people gather at what they perceive as the Western Wall that was part of the old temple in Jerusalem. They call it the Wailing Wall. Because above the wall in Jerusalem here is what they call the Temple Mount. And just to the left of the Western Wailing or the Wailing Wall is none other than an abomination that lays waste. It's called the Dome of the Rock. They put out the propaganda that the Dome of the Rock occupies the very spot where the first and second Israel temples were located. This could be, and maybe it's not. Maybe it's just fabricated lies to deter those people over there right now from building that third temple, which is prophesied to be built, by the way. Whether you believe that or not, it is. Yahuwah also promised times of blessings as well to his people, in Jeremiah 16, 19, and 17, 14, Yahuwah continues with the theme of promised blessings for obedience and punishment for their disobedience. Okay? Because Yahuwah alone is the one who grants freedom and blessings according to his covenants. The prophet Jeremiah promises that those who place their trust in man will become desolate and alone. And this verse here jolted me to the bone, the deepest parts of my ruach, when I understood it. And I hope that somebody out there tonight is going to understand this. It's very deep. Jeremiah 17:5-6 says, "Cursed is he who trusts in man, who makes mere flesh his strength, and turns his thoughts from Yahuwah. He shall be like a bush in the desert." Now it goes on to say in Jeremiah 17:7-8, that blessed is the one who trusts in Yahuwah, whose confidence is in him. They will be like a tree planted by the water that sends out its roots by the stream. It does not fear when heat comes. Its leaves are always green. It has no worries in a year of drought, never fails to bear fruit. Okay, so backing back up to Jeremiah there, 17. Y'all should go there. Jeremiah 17:5-6, if you will. Jeremiah 17. 5-6 says, "Thus said Yahuwah, curses the man who trusts in man and makes flesh his arm, and whose heart turns away from Yahuwah. For he shall be like a shrub in the desert and not see when good comes, and shall inhabit the park places in the wilderness, a salt land that is not inhabited." Okay, look at Deuteronomy 5. And I hope somebody gets this evening. Deuteronomy 5:22. After Yahuwah gives the commandments, Moshe repeats the commandments for the second time in Deuteronomy 5. Verse 22. It says, "These words Yahuwah spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness, with a loud voice." It wasn't whispering, with a loud voice. And he added no more. If you understand the impact of that statement right there, go back there and read those 10 commandments, the 10 Debarim. Every single word. And everything anybody tells you that's added to that or taken away from that, okay, don't listen. Do not listen. Only listen to what Yahuwah says. Because Jeremiah 17:5 says, "Cursed is the man who trusts in man and makes flesh his arm," or makes mere flesh his strength, and turns his thoughts from Yahuwah, and whose heart turns away from Yahuwah. Anything, I don't care what you show, who you show me says it. Any man, including Moses, including any man. I don't care who it is that says something. Okay? It's just a man telling you that. Yahuwah added no more. So I'm not going to listen to a man, because it's cursed is the man who trusts in a man. I'm not putting my trust in no other man. I don't care who it is. I'm only going to listen to Yahuwah and what Yahuwah says. So you show me that Yahuwah said it, I'll do it. If Yahuwah didn't say it, keep it to yourself. I don't want to hear about it. I hope somebody gets that. So look, there's a sense of accountability here, isn't there? In Jeremiah 17, 5 through 8, actually 5 through 10. Yeah, there is. There is a sense of accountability in these blessings and these curses. So apparently, then we are accountable for our actions, which have consequences either of blessings or curses attached to them. So we are responsible, and this knowledge informs our choices and helps us move forward in our daily walk with Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yesharal, or the Elohim of Zion, or the Elohim of Jerusalem. Yahuwah and Yahuwah alone is the hope of Yesharal. Yahuwah is the source of living water. Yahuwah is our healer. Yahuwah is our provider. Yahuwah is our banner. Yahuwah is our shalom. Yahuwah is our deliverer. When we rely on and obey Yahuwah, He will not fail us. Yahuwah does not fail. And we will walk in His blessings because Yahuwah is not a man where He would lie. Jeremiah 17 goes on in 13 and 14 and says, Yahuwah, the expectation of Yisrael, all who forsake you are put to shame. Those who depart from me shall be written in the Arets, because they have forsaken Yahuwah, the fountain of living man. Heal me, O Yahuwah, so that I am healed. Save me, so that I am delivered, for you are my praise. Zechariah 13:1 says, on that day a fountain will be opened in the house of Daud and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to cleanse them from sin and impurity. I'm going to go ahead and continue on with this. I got some pictures I want to share screen with you here before too long. But I think we could probably look at some of them today. I mean, right now. I mean, I have quite a few of them. Hang on just a second. Let me see. Okay. All right. So today, I mean, let me see. Was it today? No, it wasn't today. It was last week, I think, on first day of the week, first day of this week, I think. Okay. They over in Israel, they celebrated what they called Jerusalem Day. Okay. And so I believe it was, yeah, I think it was on the first day or the second day of this week that they did that. So they do it every year. It's called Jerusalem Day. And what it does, it marks the 58th anniversary of Jerusalem. And also spiritual prophecy. So in 1 Kings 11:36, it states that Jerusalem, the city where I have chosen to put my name. He says that. If you want to go there and look at that, because I think that's extremely important passage that we all should be familiar enough with to just go there when we need to. So it's 1 Kings 11. Um, 36, and it says, I'm going to jump up to 5. And I shall take the reign out of his son's hand and give it to you, the 10 tribes. And to his son I give 1 tribe, so that my servant Daud shall always have a lamp before me in Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen for myself to put my name there. Okay. See that? So he chose Jerusalem as his city and put his name there. Now, let me do a screen save. My favorite thing to do, share screen, I mean. My favorite thing. Uh-oh. Hang on a minute. Something I might be able to do this one. Oh no, what am I going to do now? Oh, well now. Okay. That's a little bit strange, but we got it done. I think. All right, here we go. Let's see if I can share screen this. My favorite thing to do. Here we go. All right, you see that? I hope you can see it. Kind of small. Best I could be able to do, though, as far as this one goes. But what this is, it's Jerusalem, and it's the people going through the streets here of Jerusalem here. All these people going through the streets. And they all have, it's hard to see, but they all have Israeli flags. And what these people are doing is they're celebrating Jerusalem Day over in Israel. This is what's going on right here. Okay. So that's what happened earlier this week. They were celebrating that. Now, hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find you this other thing I want to show you real quick before we move on. It's in there somewhere. And I've got quite a collection of pictures here. And so it's sometimes hard to find the one I'm looking for at the particular time. But I should be able to find it here in a second. Just bear with me here. Bear with me. Hope I find it. I know it's in here somewhere. Come on. Where are you at? Okay, here's one I'll show you real quick. This ain't the one I was looking for, but since I came upon this one, I'll show it to you. So this is the Palestinian Post I was telling you about back in 1948. And their headlines showed this state of Israel is born in one day, 1948 here. And it actually has a fig tree right here, a fig leaf on a fig tree right here. The city of Israel born in 1948, one day. So that was the headlines on the what they called the Palestine Post newspaper, front page. Big time event at the time. Oh, here we go. This one will do it. Let me show you this. So he said that he's going, that's where he would put his name, right? Jerusalem. He chooses Jerusalem, his city where I have chosen to put my name. And it's there. And I was looking for a Google, Earth photo, but I can't find it. So I'm just going to show you this one to save some time. But basically, this is Jerusalem. And you can see here the Temple Mount right here. Again, the Gihon Spring right here. Temple Mount right there. Here's the city of David. This would be Zion as well. Would be a mountain right down in here, I think by the Kinron Valley. It's right in here somewhere. So you can see here's Jerusalem here. But really, the city of Jerusalem covers this whole area is Jerusalem, And this little area here is city of David and Zion. But you see these blue lines here that resemble a Hebrew shin, letter shin. We find in the name of Yahusha. It's a shin. So that would be, let's see, where is it? That would be here. Where my finger is. I don't know if you can see that in that really small screen, but it looks like a W, like our W. You see it? Kind of looks like our W. It's a shin, Hebrew shin. And so the Hebrew letter shin in the Hebrew culture represents Shaddai. And Shaddai is overwhelmingly mighty, referring to, symbolizing Yahuwah. So this shin is a symbol of Yahuwah. And so where it says that he's chosen to put his name, he's carved out the Hebrew shin in the landscape that makes up Jerusalem here through these three valleys. So there's three valleys and 7 hills in Jerusalem. Okay. And these 3 valleys create the letter Shin, which can be seen up above the earth by satellite. And so this is where he is choosing to put his name, Shin, representing Yahuwah Al Shaddai. Those 3 valleys. Very powerful stuff, isn't it? Okay, so let me see here. All right, so let me see. Let me show you just a couple more little things here, and we're going to go on. I'll show you some more pictures later, though. But for right now, I just want to show you a couple more, and then I'll show you more pictures later, though. Stick around. If you like pictures, I'm going to show you a bunch of them here in a minute. So here we go. This is Jerusalem from 1948 until after 1967, the One-Day War. And so look at this. You can see now this whole thing's Jerusalem. The whole thing is Jerusalem, okay? The blue is West Jerusalem, and of course over here in this green, that's East Jerusalem. But see that pink border, the purple border, whatever it is, that's all under Israeli control. That little red spot right here looks like a square. See that right there? That's the old city. Okay, that's where the old city is. Look how big Jerusalem really is. It's a lot bigger than most people. We're only used to seeing the old city, where the Dome of the Rock is and all that. But really, it's really well spread out today. It's a large city. I'll show you pictures of that later on. But the little red square here, this is the old city. And this green is East Jerusalem, and the blue is West Jerusalem. But the Israelites, you can see this red line here, Jerusalem municipal boundary after 1967. They've taken full control of the entire city, the Israelites. Okay? Just so you can see. Get it when you see a picture, picture's worth 1,000 words, right? And here, let me show you one more, and then we're going to move on. But like I said, you want to see pictures, stick around, because I'm going to show you a bunch of them here in a little while. Okay, so this is the borderlines of Jerusalem in 1949, just after the revolution or the War of Independence in 1948. So you can see here, the green line was what the Israelites had, and in 1967, that 6-Day War, they took control of the whole thing, East Jerusalem, everything. This is West Jerusalem in the tan, but this is prior, this is around 1948, right after the War of Independence over there. They were attacked. They gave them the land, the UN, because of what happened to all the Jews in Germany and during World War II, and for I guess restitution purposes, if you will, to make up for all those deaths. They gave them a piece of land over here back, and they all started flooding there. And well, then they were attacked, but they won their right to be there in that same year, 1948, actually. But look at real close, you can see the old city right here. See, here's East Jerusalem. Here's West Jerusalem. Here's that red square I showed you earlier. It's the old city. Okay, that's where the temple and all that is. All right. Look at the Mount of Olives. It's right here. See the Mount of Olives? And then down here, south of the old city, is Mount Zion. You see it? Here's King David Hotel right here. They got all this. So, Mount Zion's right here, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the city of David is right here, right in here somewhere. Okay, so now you can see where it's at. But can you see? I'll blow it up a little bit. So the old city where the Temple Mount is, Mount of Olives, Mount Zion, and I think that the city of David was right in here somewhere around the old city, right down below it here, if I ain't mistaken. But you can see East Jerusalem, West Jerusalem, Mount Zion, the city of David, Temple Mount, Mount of Olives, all that is in the jurisdiction of Jerusalem. See what I'm saying? It's all together. It's Jerusalem. So you can see the difference now between what Jerusalem is, what Zion is, the city of David is, and Mount Moriah is this hill here that the temples were erected on. The Temple Mount, I think, was right in here. It would be a hill there called Mount Moriah, and that's where the temple was erected. So they say. There's a lot of debating going on over that. A lot of people think the temple was built down here around the city of David because that's where the Gihon Spring is. But that's another story for another time. I just wanted you to see this so you could be able to put it in perspective and get a better idea of what we're talking about this evening. I hope that helped. It should have helped. Okay. So stick around if you like pictures, because I'm going to show you all a bunch of them, and you're going to be shocked. You're going to be very surprised at what I show you. So stick around. All right. So, yeah, mark that 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 36, because you should know that one. That's just an important verse, in my opinion. Isaiah 62:1 is also a cool verse that we just went over it earlier. But for Zion's sake, I will not keep silent, and for Jerusalem's sake, I will not be quiet until her righteousness goes forth as brightness and her salvation is a burning torch. How many know that when Yahusha comes back, he's going to be ruling out of the Millennium Temple in Jerusalem? It's a very important place. So, like I said earlier this week, the Israelites celebrated Yom Jerusalem, or Jerusalem Day. And it's the 50th anniversary of the historic 1967 liberation, if you will, of Jerusalem, and marks the reunification of the entire city of Jerusalem, where they took control over East Jerusalem and West Jerusalem, and everything in that area. And I just showed that to you within the green, what they call the green line. It's called the green line. Okay. That that picture I just showed you of the Israelites parading through the streets of Jerusalem on Jerusalem Day. It's something they do every year. Okay, it's not just a one-time event. It's something they do that every year on the 25th, May 25th is the date. If you want to know, and of course that's on the Roman calendar, the Gregorian calendar. So this public holiday, if you will, in Jerusalem, is on the 28th day of Lyre on the Hebrew calendar. And it's not an real old celebration. Like I said, it's the market. It's this year's the 58th anniversary of when they reunified Jerusalem. So it's a more recent addition to the Hebrew calendar, if you will. But nevertheless, they do it every year. So although the Jerusalem was reunified on June 7th, 1967, on the Gregorian, because of differences between the Gregorian calendar and the Hebrew calendars, they've listed assigned Jerusalem Day to fall on the May 25th or at evening or into May 26th. Okay. So on this day, during that 6-day war, the whole of Jerusalem, once again, after 2,000 years, once again came under the sovereignty of Yahuwah's chosen people. For the first time in nearly 2,000 years. Incredible. Nothing short of a miracle. As the IDF, or the Israel Defense Forces, they call them the IDF. As the IDF were about to take back that old city, the old city of Jerusalem, from the Muslim control or Jordanian control, if you will, there was a colonel called Colonel Moto Gur. He spoke these electrifying words recorded in history. And this is what he said as they were about to take back the old city of Jerusalem from the Muslims. Quote, all company commanders, we are sitting right now on the ridge and we're seeing the old city. Shortly, we are going to go into the old city of Jerusalem that all generations have dreamed about, unquote. So yes, indeed, Jerusalem has long been the heart of Yahuwah's chosen people. Psalms 122, verse 1 and 2 says, I rejoiced with those who said to me, let us go to the house of Yahuwah. Our feet are standing in your gates, O Jerusalem. Psalms 84:5 says, blessed are those whose strength is in you, who have set their hearts on pilgrimage. When Yahusha returns back to Jerusalem. Acts 1:11. There's a gate there. It's called Jerusalem's Damascus Gate. And Jerusalem is the city where Yahusha will return to. And it tells us that in Acts 1:11. So go there. Acts 1:11 says, who also said, men of Galilee, why do you stand here looking up into the sky? This same Yahusha, who was taken up from you into the sky, shall come in the same way as you saw him go into the sky. So there you go. He coming back to the Mount of Olives, which is in Jerusalem, right? Yeah, it is. So, oops, I lost my page. Hang on a minute. Yeah, and so if you look at 12, it tells you that. Then they went back to Jerusalem from the Mount of Olives, which is near Jerusalem, a Yom Shabbat's journey. So there you go. So we can see that. So Yom Jerusalem Day is also a day that they have chosen to praise Yahuwah for bringing them back to the promised land. Psalms 122, 3 and 4 goes on and says, Jerusalem, that is where the tribes go up, the tribes of Yahuwah, to praise the name of Yahuwah according to the statue given to Yisrael. Thousands and thousands of people from all over the world, and thousands of the Israelite citizens over there right now, in the whole country over there, will travel. They travel to Jerusalem on the Jerusalem Day to show solidarity with the city, as well as visit the old city, and especially the Wailing Wall, or the Western Wall. That's where the main attraction is on that day. So celebrations include state ceremonies and memorial services for soldiers who were killed in the fight to take back Jerusalem in the Six-Day War in 1967. So they have parades that go through the streets of Jerusalem with dancing, singing, teachings for children on the importance of the city of Jerusalem. And they show all this on TV as it's being conducted. Psalms 113 and 118 is called the Hallel. This is a special prayer of praises and thanksgiving that the Israelites love to recite during special holidays. And these will be Psalms 113 and 118 would be read in all the synagogues throughout Jerusalem on the day of throughout Israel on the day of Jerusalem. Okay, so there's this is a time of celebration and dancing and thanksgiving to Yahuwah for giving them back Jerusalem and Israel. And so it's a time of joy and celebration, a time to dance. The Jerusalem Day is I can't talk. characterized by parades, music, dancing, and of course, the displaying of the Israeli flag that we talked about in the onset of this study. So not everyone's rejoicing, however, right? No, they're not. Many Muslims, Arabs, Islamics see this as a day of mourning, and they typically will wear black clothing and fly black flags in protest. Also, the replacement theologians don't like this at all. Matter of fact, they like to let you know that Jerusalem is the mother of harlots, the whore that sits on 7 hills. That's what they try to convince you of, but don't believe them. Vatican also sits on 7 hills. Matter of fact, there's quite a few. I can't remember how many, but I remember in my studies quite a while ago, I read there was a lot of cities throughout the world that sits on 7 hills. But the distinction is they wear purple and scarlet and are adorned with gold and pearls. Okay, and they basically mingle with the politicians. So we know who that is. Yeah, they can wear black clothes. They can fly black flags. They can accuse Jerusalem as being the city of the mother of harlots and all that, all they want. But nevertheless, they have it wrong. Scripture's clear. Jerusalem is going to be around forever. Yahusha is going to reside there, and he's going to teach from there during the millennium reign. That tells you something right there. So this is most definitely an important day. It's something that points very clearly to scripture prophecy, and we all should take notice of this. It's an amazing thing that happens over there during this time. That just happened this week. So this day here is definitely a day of rejoicing for the Yehudas, for the Yehudim. And to be fair, for Christians as well. Everywhere should give thanks to Yahuwah and praise to Yahuwah for his trustworthiness and for the prophetic fulfillment of the scriptures. This is a great day, man. If we could only recognize it and understand the impact that the day, Jerusalem Day, has on scriptural prophecy and on us, his followers. Zechariah 1:16 says, therefore, this is what Yahuwah says, I will return to Jerusalem with mercy, and there my house will be rebuilt, and the measuring line will be stretched out over Jerusalem, declares Yahuwah Al Shaddai. I mean, wow. In fact, Jerusalem is mentioned over 500, somewhere between 500 to 600 times, if not more, in Scripture. You understand that? This city is mentioned in the Hebrew text probably over 600 times, we'll say. Okay? But listen to this. It's not mentioned one single time in the Quran. In the black wearing, black flag waving Islamics that claim Jerusalem as their capital, why is Jerusalem not mentioned one time, not even once, in their Quran, but mentioned over 600 times in the Hebrew text as the beloved city, the city of Yahuwah? That Yahuwah has written his name there? Wow. I mean, that's an eye-opener. Isaiah 2, verse 3 says, many peoples will come and say, come, let us go up to the mountain of Yahuwah, to the house of Yahuwah, the house of Elohim, the Elohim of Yaakov. He will teach us his ways so that we may walk in his paths. The Torah will go out from Zion, the word of Yahuwah from Jerusalem. Wow. And Psalms 48:1 says, great is Yahuwah and most worthy of praise in the city of our Elohim, his set apart mountain. Wow, that's Zion. Powerful stuff. Extremely powerful stuff, man. Oh, hang on a minute. I gotta. Okay. Very good. All right. Okie dokie. So let's go back over a little bit of this history of Jerusalem. And let's look a little bit closer at what happened to Jerusalem, okay? What happened to it? So 2 Samuel, you want to go there. 2 Samuel 5, 4 and 5. 2 Samuel 5, 4 and 5 says, Daud was 30 years old when he became the king of Israel, and he reigned 40 years. In Hebron, he reigned over Yehuda 7 years and 6 months. And in Jerusalem, he reigned over all Yisrael and Yehuda 33 years. So 3,000 years ago, King Daud, the king, the Yehudite king, whose prayers are recorded in the book of Psalms, established Jerusalem as the capital of Yisrael in 2 Samuel 5. When King Daud brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem, it forever became the spiritual capital of the Yehudi people, the Yehudite people, and the world. As far as that goes, 2 Samuel chapter 6. Read it. So Yahuwah promised King Daud that his seed would build a house for Yahuwah's name, and that he would reign from David's throne in Jerusalem. Look at 2 Samuel. Go to 2 Samuel. It's up front. 2 Samuel 7, 11 through 17 says, even from the Yam I appointed rulers over my people Yisrael, and have caused you to rest from all your enemies, and Yahuwah declared to you that he would make you a house. When your Yamam are filled, and you rest with your fathers, I shall raise up your seed after you, who comes from your inward parts, and shall establish his reign. He does build a house for my name, and I shall establish the throne of his reign forever. I am to be his father, and he is my son. If he does perversely, I shall reprove him with the rod of men and with the blows of the sons of men. But my kindness does not turn aside from him, as I turned it aside from Shaul, whom I removed from before you. And your house and your reign are to be steadfast forever before you. Your throne is established forever. According to all these words and according to all this vision, so Nathan spoke to Daud. There you go. You can also read that in 1 Chronicles 17, 11 through 15. Now, don't forget, Israel was united. It was a united monarchy under King Daud. Okay, from Dan to Beersheba, it was ruled by King Daud. Yehuda and Jerusalem, especially Jerusalem, this province, if you will, was within this larger empire of Yehuda and under King Daud, under Yisrael, but also under Yehuda, the tribe of Yehuda, that territory. So it was a Yehudite province within a larger empire, if you will. Okay, and it remained that way from the days of King Daud down to approximately 135 CE. So Daud was not allowed to build the temple, and so Daud's son Solomon was chosen as the next sovereign, and Solomon did build the first temple in Jerusalem according to his father's plans and preparations. So let's look at that. It's in 2 Chronicles. I think that's important for you to know that because many people don't know that. So if you look in Chronicles, 2 Chronicles 3 and 4, okay, you can see, and Solomon began to build the house of Yahuwah at Jerusalem on Mount Moriah. See that? Where he appeared to his father Daud at the place that Daud had prepared on the threshing floor of Oman the Yebusi. And he began to build on the second yom of the second month in the 4th year of his reign. See that? So you go. So David, King Daud, is the one that prepared, okay, the plans. He had David's plans and his preparation. Solomon had his father's plans and preparation for the temple, and he conducted it. So there you can read if you want to. You can go ahead and read about the whole thing there. 2 Chronicles chapter 3 and 4, which I'm not going to read tonight, but go ahead and read it if you want to. But sadly, even Solomon's walk with Yahuwah was compromised with idolatry. Very sad thing. But moreover, many of the kings of Israel and Judah, even after Solomon, were compromised with idolatry and with thoughts of indifference to Yahuwah as well. So although there were times of refreshing, and the temple did remain at the center of Israel, the Israelis' life, especially for the Yehudim, the spiritual decline of Israel continued. Got worse and worse and worse. There became more sin, bigger sin, more sin, compilating sin. So despite the prophets' warnings that the temple would be destroyed and Israel would be sent into exile, the people still didn't listen. They still wanted to listen to men rather than listen to Yahuwah. Oh, so-and-so said we're not allowed to do this. We're not allowed to wear leather sandals. We're not allowed to turn off a light switch on. We're not allowed to do this. We're not allowed to do that. But yet Yahuwah didn't say it. So when they start doing it and they listen to man and do what that man says, what? That's bad news, man. Scripture says you'll be cursed for that. So be careful. Jeremiah or Yirmiyahu 25:11 says this whole country will become a desolate wasteland, and these nations will serve the king of Babylon for 70 years. 70 years. Because of their spiritual decline, their idolatry. So since Solomon built that first temple, Jerusalem has been destroyed, totally annihilated, destroyed, man, twice. First time was from the Babylonians in 586 BC, and the second time by the Romans in 70 AD. Jerusalem, in all, has been conquered and reconquered, going back and forth between the Goyim and the Israelites, back and forth 44 times. It's been, Jerusalem has been exchanged 44 times, conquered and reconquered. It's crazy. Just think about that. Jeremiah 23:3, very important passage, says, I myself will gather the remnant of my flock out of all the countries where I have driven them and bring them back to their pasture, where they will be fruitful and increase in number. So now that he drove them out so that the land could rest, have their Shabbatic rest every 7 years, right? And their Jubilee every 50 years. They were driven out because they weren't doing that. But then he promises he's going to bring them back. There's going to be a restoration. There's going to be a return to the land. He's not going to leave them out forever. As the replacement theologians want you to believe. That the church is the New Jerusalem. Hogwash. Although there has always been a remnant of Yehudim in Israel living there, Yahuwah always leaves a remnant. Many scriptural scholars, theologians, smart people believe that the creation of the state of Israel in 1948 was a fulfillment of the prophesied worldwide regathering of the Israeli people that was just quoted in Jeremiah 23:3. In this way, I believe they're right. I actually agree with them on that one. Nevertheless, when Israel declared her independence in 1948, after the war, Israel was attacked by her neighboring Arab countries. After they were given the country and declared that they were a country, they were attacked that same year by the neighboring Arab countries. Okay. So sadly, after Israel fought for her survival in the 1948 War of Independence, Jerusalem remained divided between Israel and Jordan. Like that map I just showed you too long ago. I showed you that map of 1948 borders, with Jordan controlling both the Old City and East Jerusalem, which includes where the temples once stood, the first and second temple. Under the Jordanian rule, the Yehudim residents of these areas were forced to leave. And many of their meeting places, their synagogues, were decimated. The situation changed, or was redeemed, if you will, during the Six-Day War of 1967, when after a period of intense hostility from Israel's Arab neighbors, which once again threatened the destruction of Israel, Israel launched a preemptive strike on the Egyptian Air Force. In the resulting war between Israel and all the Arab countries that surrounded her, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, the Arab armies were miraculously overtaken in just 6 short days. And the Yehudim reclaimed their authority over Jerusalem entirely. Okay. So does that mean that the times of the Gentiles have come in? Would we be able to say that then? That are the times of the Gentiles fulfilled? Luke 21:24 says, Jerusalem will be trampled by Gentiles until the times that the Gentiles are fulfilled. Let's go there and look at it. Luke 7. So Luke 7:24 says, and when the messengers of Yehukanan had left, he began to speak to the crowds concerning Yehukanan. Oh, 21. What am I talking about? Luke 21. Luke 21:24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trampled underfoot by the nations until the times of the nations are concluded. Okay. So has that happened since Israel has taken back the entirety of Jerusalem in the 1967 Six-Day War? Is that a fulfillment there? Well, Yahusha, whose name in Hebrew means I am your deliverer, prophesied that the Gentiles would trample Jerusalem until the times of the Gentiles were fulfilled, or trampled underfoot by the nations until the times of the nations are concluded. However you want to say it, it's the same thing. So that was Yahusha that prophesied that. So now with Jerusalem back in the hands of the Israeli people in 1967 up to now, can it be said that the times of the Gentiles are concluded? Or is Jerusalem still in the trampled upon stage of the Gentiles? Well, to answer that clearly, we have to take a closer look at what is happening right now as we're speaking in Jerusalem. So although Israel technically has authority over the entire city now, called the Green Line, I showed you a map of after 1967 war, the Temple Mount itself is still under the administration of the Islamic Wharf. Albeit, though, with the consent of the Israeli government, which is really weird to me. So according to Yehudaism, the Temple Mount is Mount Zion, which is the place that, if it is, then that would be the place where Yahuwah dwells. Right? Yeah, look at it. Isaiah 8. Go to Isaiah 8. So Isaiah 8:18 says, "Look, I am the children whom Yahuwah has given me. Look, I and the children whom Yahuwah has given me, for signs and wonders in Israel from Yahuwah Sabaoth, who dwells in Mount Zion." Who dwells in Mount Zion. Okay, so according to the Tanakh, the Temple Mount, or according to Yehudaism, let's say, the Temple Mount is Mount Zion. And so the place where Yahuwah dwells is Mount Zion. That's what it says right here. Isaiah 8:18. Who dwells in Mount Zion. See that? And wonders in Yisrael from Yahuwah Sabaoth, who dwells in Mount Zion. There it is. So that's what it says. Mount Zion is the place where Yahuwah dwells. It's also believed to be the site of Mount Moriah, where Abraham bound Yitzhak to offer him as a sacrifice. And so then we can see that the Temple Mount, Mount Zion, Mount Moriah, the city of David, all is in Jerusalem. It's all part of Jerusalem. Nevertheless, the Dome of the Rock was built on the Temple Mount, on Mount Zion, okay, according to Judaism, okay. The Dome of the Rock was built on this spot in 692 AD, the 7th century. And it remains there to this day. Because when you see pictures of Jerusalem, you almost always see the Dome of the Rock. It's like a sore thumb standing out, man. You can't not see it. It's crazy. Yehudim, the Israelites, and non-Muslims are heavily monitored and restricted from praying on the Temple Mount or even expressing their belief, as such as raising their hands to worship Yahuwah. They're not allowed to do that. They're not even allowed up there on the Temple Mount. And they can't even express their belief by raising their hands in worship. Not allowed to do that. So, moreover, the Arab nations have successfully convinced the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, if you will, to pass resolutions denying Israel's sovereignty over this area, over the Temple Mount, which is the heart of Jerusalem. Mount Zion, where Yahuwah dwells. So it seems that trampling over Jerusalem then is still firmly in place. It's still happening. The time of the Gentiles have not come in, have not concluded. Crazy, right? The fig tree blossomed. The fig tree is symbolic of Yisrael, and Yisrael blossomed. The fig blossomed in 1948. It was reborn. It was put back on the map in one day in 1948, fulfilling prophetic scriptural prophecy, and became reunited as under Israeli control in 1967, all except for that little tiny heart of the matter called the Temple Mount, in which they're not even allowed to go up on there or do any type of belief movements like raising their hands in prayer or praising Yahuwah. Not allowed to do that around there. So that's just totally crazy. So the fig tree blossoms in 1948, right? In Luke 21, 29 through 31, it says, he told them this parable. Look at the fig tree and all the trees. When they sprout leaves, you can see for yourselves and know that summer is near. Even so, when you see these things happening, you know that the kingdom of Yahuwah is near. The leader of the Israeli Messianic congregation said that it's clear, quote, it's clear, after years of Israeli sovereignty since 1967 over Jerusalem, that it's not united and it is still being trampled underfoot by the Arabs or the Gentiles. Even so, he said the 1967 recapture of Jerusalem was a marker of Yahuwah's ongoing work to restore his own possessions, which are the people of Israel, the city of Jerusalem, the land of Yisrael, and in fact, the whole earth belongs to Yahuwah. This is Yahuwah's property, man. It's his possessions. He's going to redeem his property, folks. He's going to redeem the people of Israel. He's going to redeem the city of Jerusalem. He's going to redeem the land of Israel. He's going to redeem the whole earth belongs to him. Are you kidding me? Paul Lieberman, who was the past president of the Messianic Yehudish Alliance of America, affirmed this move of Yahuwah. Quote, during the early 1970s, there was speculation among Jewish believers and Christians about whether the timing of the new state was somehow connected to the 1967 Israeli war. Today, that's considered somewhat obvious, unquote. Look at Luke 21:24 again. Luke 21:24 in the BYNB. It says, and they shall fall by the edge. Luke 21:24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trampled underfoot by the nations until the times of the nations are concluded. Now look at Romans 11. Romans 11:25 says, for I do not wish you to be ignorant of this secret, brothers, lest you should be wise in your own estimation, that hardening in part has come over Yisrael, until the entirety of the nations has come in. So it's pretty obvious that it hasn't happened at this point. Everybody was pointing to that and saying that was prophetic fulfillment, but obviously it is not, is it? No, not as long as that Temple Mount is in control of the Gentiles. That prophecy has not been fulfilled. Sorry about that, Chief. To illustrate his point more harshly, Lieberman said, prior to 1967, there were 2 Christian evangelistic outreaches that I know of in a Jewish style of worship services. 2. By 1975, there were 8 functioning Messianic fellowships whose leadership representatives were all on a panel at a national conference of the Messianic Jewish Alliance of America. Today, it's estimated that there are 600 to 700 such groups worldwide, with a conservative estimate of 120 of them being in Israel. Wow. So although Jerusalem remains trampled underfoot by the Gentiles and it remains a troubled city, believers should take to heart in Yahuwah's words through the prophet Yeshayahu or Isaiah. In Isaiah 62, 6 and 7, he says, "You who make mention of Yahuwah, do not keep silent, and give him no rest till he establishes, until he makes Jerusalem a praise in the Eretz." Wow. Wow, 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 wow. You hear that? Isaiah 62, 6 and 7. I have set watchmen on your walls, O Jerusalem, all the Yam and all the Leah, continually, who are not silent, you who remember Yahuwah, give yourselves no rest, and give him no rest till he establishes, until he makes Jerusalem a praise in the Eretz. Wow. Man, oh man, that's something else, ain't it? So Yahuwah is moving amidst his chosen people. This is all part of the end times, pouring out of the Ruach HaKodesh. And we're commissioned to bring the word of Yahuwah to the world, to Jerusalem, and to Yisrael. Psalms 102:21 says, "The name of Yahuwah will be declared in Zion, and his praise in Jerusalem." How you like that one? That's powerful stuff, isn't it? I want to look at that one. Look at Psalms. Psalms 102. To declare the name of Yahuwah in Zion, and his praise in Jerusalem. Wow. Okay. All right. So that brings us to the end, toward the end here. And so I want to do some share screening for y'all. But I also want to do some, scriptural references here as well as we continue on looking at this. Okay. And so hang on just a second. I'm going to show y'all some pictures. And as we're looking at these pictures, I'm going to read some scriptural passages, okay, about Jerusalem and Zion, if you will. Wow. Okay. So here we go. I'll show you this one real quick. I wish I could just flip through these, but for some reason it doesn't allow me to. I don't know why. I'm out. What is it doing? Stop doing that. There we go. All right. Share screen, my favorite thing to do. Here we go. Okay, now this I'm getting ready to show you here is a 1934 Tower of Daoud in Jerusalem. Okay. Jerusalem is a walled city. It's actually got a wall totally built totally around it. I don't know if y'all know that or not. There we go. So this is the Tower of Dawood in Jerusalem. When they build within they build anything within the old city, it has to have these Israel stones. It has to look like the old stuff. They're not allowed to build anything new looking within the borders of the old city. Okay. All right. There we go. So here is a modern, the picture of a modern Israel, part of the city. And most people will never see this or know about it, but look at that. So you can see it's got its modern skyscrapers in the background there. And they're doing construction here. There's a crane. Tile, all these tile roofs and everything through here. So this is more of a modern part of the city here. Tel Aviv is the second most populated city in Israel. If you only include like West Jerusalem, then Jerusalem would be the second. But if you include the whole thing, the West and East Jerusalem, it's the most populated city. Almost 1 million people there. Here's some more modern pictures. So there's some construction going on where they're building some more modern towers, modern buildings going on there. You see the cranes and the construction work going on toward the downtown area, the modern downtown area of Jerusalem. And this shows some construction going on here in downtown area of Jerusalem, modern area. Bird's eye view here, folks. There we go. Pretty interesting, huh? It's not what we think of Jerusalem. That's not what we think of, is it? Jerusalem at night, new city. Yahushua comes back. He's coming to the Mount of Olives, and he's going to go through the gate into the east gate into the old city where he's going. I doubt if he'll be coming here. There's Jerusalem at night. Night view. Look at that bridge, man. That's wild looking, isn't it, right there? Some kind of cable bridge. Pretty wild architectural feat there, really. You can see some of the older stuff here in this background here. But pretty much all, this is all the new part of Jerusalem here. Okay. And show you a little better picture of that same view in the daytime shot. There's that bridge. You can see it's fairly modern looking, isn't it? Actually looks more modern than some of the cities we got. Look how it looks, pretty clean. Looks really clean, as I can tell. Looks very clean. Sure don't look like Manhattan. There you go. So this is the city of David compared to the modern downtown area there of Jerusalem. You can see how man's went through a huge change in the way he does things. City of David. Look at, you can see the Dome of the Rock up on the Temple Mount there. This is a shot from the city of David, I guess. Interesting, huh? This, I told you there were 3 valleys that go through Jerusalem here. Here's one of them. That's one of the valleys that runs through there. Yeah. Tyro Poenon Valley, the Hinnom Valley, and the Kidron Valley. All run through there. The Tyro Poenon Valley is located between the Temple Mount, which is Mount Moriah, and the Western Hill, which would be Mount Zion. So the valley between the Temple Mount and this valley is located between the Temple Mount, which is Mount Moriah, and the Western Hill, which would be Mount Zion. It's also known as the Central Valley and played a crucial role in Jerusalem's urban development. Okay, so it's the center one. The Hinnom Valley is also better known as the Gehenna Valley. And this valley was historically used as a dump site, Gehenna, and a place of sacrifice. They did a lot of children's sacrifices down there, leading to its association with Hades, what they call hell, basically Sheol, Hebrew. It borders the old city and Mount Zion to the north. So that would be the one farther west, I think, yeah. And then the Kidron Valley is this valley separates the old city from the Mount of Olives. And it also marks the eastern border of Jerusalem and is significant in both the Jewish people and visitors that come there every year. So this Kidron Valley that separates the old city from the Mount of Olives is the most well-known of the three valleys. The Kidron Valley extends 20 miles all the way to the Dead Sea. King Daud once fled through the Kidron Valley to escape his son. It is the Kidron Valley to which Satan tempted Yahusha to throw himself from the temple. When Yahusha entered Jerusalem, he walked through the Kidron Valley to get there and passed back and forth several times through it. In Yehukanan 18:1, it even mentions the Kidron Valley in conjunction with the Garden of Gethsemane. Let's look at that. John 18:1. Having said these words, Yahusha went out with his pupils beyond the Kidron stream, where there was a garden into which he and his pupils entered. So there it is. The Kidron Valley is lined with graves and has long been a place of burial. It holds massive significance for the Jewish people, believing that the Messiah will pass through the valley to the Golden Gate, the Eastern Gate, the Golden Gate, raising the dead in the cemeteries there on his way. This has made the area very sought after for burial. There are some monumental tombs there as well. The tomb of Zechariah, the tomb of Absalom, and the tomb of the sons of Hizir. Interesting. The three valleys of Jerusalem, man. They make up the Shin. The Hebrew Shin stands for Al Shaddai. So there's a good panoramic view of that. I thought this one was really, really cool here. Very unusual rainbow here. Look at that thing. It's not every day you see a rainbow like that. Wow. There's that Dome of the Rock, that abomination. Unbelievable, huh? But look at that rainbow. What a beautiful rainbow that is. How big it is, how low it is. You know, that's an unusual rainbow. You don't see that often, do you? Let me look into scripture here a couple times. Let me see. Let me see. 2 Samuel 5 says, 2 Samuel 5. (1 through 12). And all the tribes of Israel came to Daud at Hebron and spoke, saying, Look, we are your bone and your flesh. Formerly, when Shaul was sovereign over us, you were the one who led Israel out and brought them in. And Yahuwah said to you, Shepherd my people, Yisrael, and be ruler over Yisrael. And all the elders of Israel came to the sovereign in Hebron. And the sovereign Daud made a covenant with them at Hebron before Yahuwah. And they anointed Daud sovereign over Yisrael. David was 30 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 40 years in Hebron and reigned over Yehuda 7 years and 6 months. And in Jerusalem, he reigned 33 years over all Israel and Yehuda. And the sovereign and his men went to Jerusalem against the Yebusi, the inhabitants of the land, and they spoke to Daud, saying, Except you take away the blind with the lame, you are not going to come in here, thinking, Daud is not going to come in here. But Daud captured the stronghold of Zion, the city of Daud. See that? And it goes on. You can read about it farther in there if you want to. Let me see. Let me find a couple more here. Let's look at Joshua 10:1. See what that says. Joshua 10:1. They came to be when Adonizedek, sovereign of Jerusalem, heard that Yahusha had captured Ai and had put it under the ban that he had done to Ai as its sovereign, as he had done to Jericho and its sovereign, and the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel and were in their midst. Okay. Isaiah 2 and 3. Isaiah 2 and 3. And it shall be in the later Yamim that the mountain of the house of Yahuwah is established on the top of the mountains and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. And many people shall come and say, Come and let us go up to the mountain of Yahuwah, to the house of the Elohim of Jacob, and let him teach us his ways, and let us walk in his paths. For out of Zion comes forth the Torah and the word of Yahuwah from Jerusalem. Wow. That's a good one there. See Isaiah 40. Isaiah 49 says, You will bring Besorah to Zion. Get up into the high mountain, you who bring Besorah to Jerusalem. Lift up your voice with strength. Lift it up. Be not afraid. Say to the cities of Yehuda, See your Elohim. Wow. Isaiah 62. Isaiah 62, 1 through 7. Well, I already read that, but yeah, that's a good one too. We read that earlier. Let's look at let's go to 2 Chronicles 3. 2 Chronicles 3:1. And Solomon began to build the house of Yahuwah at Jerusalem on Mount Moriah, where he appeared to his father Daud at the place that Daud had prepared on the threshing floor of Omen of the Yebusi. Yeah, we read that one too. All right. Well, you can see it. These all mention Zion and Jerusalem and the city of David and all this other stuff. Let's look. Let's go over into the Netzarim writings and take a look. I'll show you something amazing here too when we get over there. But let's look at John 4. And I'll show you another picture too. John 4:20. John 4:20 and 21 says, our fathers worshipped on this mountain, but you people say that in Jerusalem is the place where one needs to worship. Yahushua said to her, Asha, believe me, the hour is coming when you shall neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem worship the Father. You worship what you do not know. We worship what we know, because the deliverance is of the Yahudim. But the hour is coming, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in Ruach and truth. For the Father also seeks such to worship him. Elohim is Ruach, and those who worship him need to worship in Ruach and truth. Wow. I like that one. Luke 19. Luke 19. Luke 19, 41 to 44. And as he came near, he saw the city and wept over it, saying, if you only knew even today the conditions for your peace, but now they are hidden from your eyes. So that's where he wept over Jerusalem. Yahushua wept over Jerusalem, man. Look at Luke 13. While we're here in Luke. Luke 13, 34 and 35 says, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, killing the prophets and stoning those who are sent to her. How often I wish to gather your children together, the way that the hen gathers her chickens under her wings, but you would not. We've already read that one too. All right, so we read that one, read that one, read that one. How about Luke 24? I don't think we went there. Luke 24, 46. Luke 24, 46 to 48. And he said to them, I'll back up to 45. Then he opened their minds to understand the scriptures. And he said to them, thus it has been written, and so it was necessary for the Mashiach to suffer and to rise again from the dead the third Yom, and that repentance and forgiveness of sins should be proclaimed in his name to all nations, beginning at Jerusalem. And you are witnesses of these things. There you go. Beginning in Jerusalem. So, as you can see, Jerusalem and Zion and everything's mentioned quite a few times in Scripture. We'll go Psalms here in a second, and I'm going to go back to these pictures now. Believe it or not, Jerusalem even has its own football field. Yeah. So this is where they play soccer. This is a professional soccer stadium. This was actually built. I'm not sure if it was dedicated, but I know it was built by Kraft. You know, the guy that owns the New England Patriots. He built that over there in Jerusalem. So it has its very own stadium here in Jerusalem. Bet you didn't know that. And here we see that Jerusalem even has its very own arena. So here's the Jerusalem arena. Pretty cool, huh? So you can see Jerusalem isn't just the old city, you know, with the Dome of the Rock. It's modern. It's got its modern end of it, you know. Here you can see they have jet trains, not jet trains, but train cars for public transportation, even rails, I guess you call them. There you go. See that? Electric cars going through Jerusalem, man, just like San Francisco. Okay, so yeah, I mean, wow, huh? There we go. This is the Dome of the Rock from the Mount of Olives view. So this would be from the east looking west. There you can see. So that Temple Mount area right here, where that's at, in the old city here, is the Gentiles or the only ones up there. The Yehudims not allowed up there. You're not allowed to go up there and pray to Yahuwah or worship Yahuwah up there. Pretty sad. Actually, Jerusalem, the city of Jerusalem, this old city part of Jerusalem is still surrounded by walls. It's a walled city. Okay, so the current walls that surround the old city was built in the 16th century by Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent. Okay, and so there's approximately 2.5 miles long, and of the average height of 39 feet and thickness of 8.2 feet. And the walls enclose an area of roughly 250 acres. Pretty amazing. Previous walls of Jerusalem had defensive walls. Jerusalem has had defensive walls since ancient times. It's been a walled city, with earlier walls built by figures like Hezekiah and Nehemiah. And the purpose of the walls is the walls were built to prevent invasions by foreign armies and discourage further crusades by the Christians. Gates on the walls have gates. And while the walls have 8 gates, only 7 are in use. The length and the height, the walls are approximately 2.5 miles around and 40 feet high on the average. And the average thickness of the wall is 8 feet in thickness. So it's a pretty deep, pretty impressive wall going around there, the old city. Let's see here now. So this would be the Israeli. This is more modern. You can see how the city's more modern here in this shot. You know, the United States actually moved its embassy to Jerusalem under President Trump's first term. This here is the Israeli Foreign Ministry building. Israel's Foreign Ministry building in Jerusalem. What a beautiful piece of land, isn't it? Nice architectural design there. Yeah, a lot of people say Israel's the most beautiful city in the world. Wow. Okay, let's look at some more. All right, this one here. And most of us are probably familiar with this. This is the famous Western Wall or Wailing Wall. They go there and they write prayers and petitions to Yahuwah on paper, and they roll it up and they stick it in the cracks between these rocks. I think they leave them in there for like a year, and then they take them out. It looks like quite a bit of like millions of them they take out. And they don't burn them or throw them in the dumpster or the trash either. When they remove the the paper that's been inserted in the cracks of this wall. They actually burn them. Yeah, man. So here we got, let's see, here's another one. This is the Israeli Supreme Court building. That's the Israeli Supreme Court building. Let's see. Zechariah. Zechariah 12, 2 and 3. See, I am making Jerusalem a cup of reeling to all the people all around, and also against Yehuda. It is in the siege against Jerusalem. And in that yom it shall be that I make Jerusalem a very heavy stone for all peoples. All left in it are severely injured, and all the nations of the Eret shall be gathered against it. So I think you can start to see now, the importance of this city. Daniel 9:25. Daniel 9:25 says, know then and understand from the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem until Mashiach, the prince, is 7 weeks and 62 weeks. It shall be built again with streets and a trench, but in times of affliction. It's a prophecy, man, fulfilled prophecy about Jerusalem right there. Daniel 9, 2 through 7. In the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, observed from the scriptures the number of the years, according to the word of Yahuwah given to Yirmiah the prophet, for the completion of the wastes of Jerusalem would be 70 years. So I set my face toward Yahuwah, the Elohim, to speak by prayer and supplications, with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. And I prayed to Yahuwah my Elohim and made confession and said, Yahuwah, great and awesome all, guarding the covenant and the kindness to those who love him and to those who guard his commands. We have sinned and did crookedness and did wrong and rebelled to turn aside from your commands and from your right rulings. And we have not listened to your servants, the prophets, who spoke in your name to our sovereigns, our heads, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land. Yahuwah, to you is the righteousness, and to us the shame of face, as it is this yom. To the men of Yehuda, to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and all Yisrael, those near and those far, in the land to which you have driven them, because of their trespass which they have trespassed against you. Wow. So let's see here now. Told you I was going to show you some pictures. All you picture lovers, here you go. I still got some more. So here's the Israeli legislation building. the Knesset building in Hebrew. So this would be the Knesset building. It's the legislature of Israel. Do their legislation here. That building right there is real familiar. I can't think what that is, but it's real familiar looking right there. Look over there. There's that bridge. See, over in the modern city. Remember the bridge? There it is, right there. You could see the cranes. Over here, we were looking at them cranes. You can see they're expanding and building modern skyscrapers in the city. Very interesting, isn't it? I think it is. Oh. Let's look over at Matthew 5:35. Matthew 5:35 says, "Nor by the Eretz, for it is his footstool, nor by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great sovereign. Nor swear by your head, because you are not able to make one hair white or black." So there you go. I'll back up to 34 so that makes more sense. "But I say to you, do not swear at all, neither by the heaven, because it is Elohim's throne, nor by the Eretz, for it is his footstool, nor by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great sovereign. Nor swear by your head, because you are not able to make one hair white or black." There you go, man. That pretty much says it all, don't it? Yeah, man. Let me show you a couple more pictures, and I want to keep reading out of scripture too. I don't mind spending this time with y'all. I love reading scripture and looking at these pictures. I hope you guys do too. This is something that should be familiar to most of you. At least I hope it is. This is called the Shrine of the Book. And what this is, it's a museum that has the they keep the Dead Sea Scrolls in it that they have. So all the Dead Sea Scrolls and artifacts that that was found in those caves in Quorum are kept right here under glass in this museum called the Shrine of the Book, where the Dead Sea Scrolls is kept. Look at Revelation 11. See what it says. Revelations 11. 1-8. "And a reed like a measuring rod was given to me, and the messenger stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of Yahuwah, and the altar, and those worshiping in it. But cast out the court which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the nations, and they shall trample the set-apart city underfoot for 42 months. Sounds like it's going to be, the city's going to be invaded by the Gentiles to me in the tribulation years. And I shall give to my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 yamam. That's just short of 3.5 years. It's 1,277 days. Isn't that interesting? 17 days short of 3.5 years. Is that how many days Yahuwah's going to cut off because of the sake of his elect? Could be. These are the two olive trees and the two lampstands that are standing before the Yahuwah of all the Eretz. And if anyone wishes to harm them, fire comes out of their mouth and consumes their enemies. And if anyone wishes to harm them, he has to be killed in that way. These possess authority to shut the heaven so that no rain falls in the yamam of their prophecy. And they possess authority over Mayim to turn them to blood and to smite the Eretz with all plagues as often as they wish. And when they have ended their witness, the beast coming out of the pit of the deep shall fight against them and overcome them and kill them. So that would be the anti coming on the world stage. And their dead bodies lie in the street of the great city, which is ruically is called Sodom and Mitzrayim, where also our master was staked. And some of the peoples and tribes and tongues and nations see their dead bodies for 3.5 yamam and not allow their dead bodies to be placed into tombs. And those dwelling on the Eretz rejoice over them and exult, and they shall send gifts to each other because these two prophets tortured those dwelling on the Eretz. So there you go. The spiritual, the great city, of course, is Jerusalem, which is ruically is called Sodom and Mitzrayim in the end of the end times, tribulation years. Interesting, isn't it? So that's the shrine of the book. The Dead Sea Scrolls are in there. Not all of them. The Jesuits stole a bunch of them, took them into the basement, the vaults of the Vatican down in there somewhere. And so we don't get to read a lot of the stuff that was found there, but the stuff that the Israelis got their hands on is kept there in the Shrine of the Book Museum. Now, this is what they call, this is just a new part of Jerusalem, but it's called Zion Square. This is Zion Square. Y'all still with me, or are you falling asleep? I can talk to you all night, man. I stay up all night with you. I ain't kidding. I get talking about Yahuwah, I can't sleep anyway. I'm up all night anyhow. I just lay there, and the scriptures just roll through my brain like a scroll. Just rolling through my brain all night long. I don't sleep anyhow. I stay up all night with you. I don't know if y'all are sleeping or if you're with me or what you're doing. I'll show you a few more pictures. Oh boy, look at this one. This is what they call in the city of David, I think. Probably shouldn't say that because I'm not sure. I think this is part of the city of David. It's called the Tower of David. And obviously, it's in the old part of the old city. At least it appears to. Tower of David. Yeah, I think that's the city of David. But don't forget, that's still Jerusalem, you know. Definitely Jerusalem. Oh, really cool stuff here. I'm going to go into the Psalms now. So let's take a look here at Psalms 102. Psalms 102. Oh, yeah. Okay. One oh two. 21. 102:21. To declare the name of Yahuwah in Zion and his praise in Jerusalem. There you go. Psalms 132. 132. 13 and 14. For Yahuwah has chosen Zion. He has desired it for his dwelling. This is my place of rest forever. Here I dwell, for I have desired it. Woo. It tells it like it is. Not only is he saying that he chose Zion, he desired it for his dwelling, and it's his place of rest forever. Here I dwell, for I have desired it. He's desired it. Do you know Jerusalem is supposed to be in the center of the world? And you know why that is? Well, they say because no matter where you're at on the earth and you pray, don't matter where you're at and what direction you pray in, you're always facing Jerusalem. That's what they say. All right. Got a few more for you here. It's only been 4 hours. No biggie. All right, look at this one, man. This is kind of cool. Guess what this is? Oh, yeah, you guessed it. It's Paleo Hebrew. It's a Hebrew script, Paleo Hebrew script. Can anybody guess what that says? This was, it's in Jerusalem, and they think it was written in the 7th century BC. Sometime in the 7th century BC. Okay, Paleo Hebrew script. Anybody know what that says? Want to take a stab at it? Anybody? No? You're all asleep? Okay, so what this is, it's 7th century BC script, Paleo, written in Paleo Hebrew in Jerusalem on the wall. And it's dated back to the 7th century BC. And what it says is Jerusalem. It's the name of the city, Jerusalem, written in Paleo Hebrew script. Ain't that cool? All right, so look at Psalms 137. Psalms 137. I'm going to read a couple Psalms here in their entirety because they're short. So Psalms 137. By the rivers of Babel, there we sat down and we wept as we remembered Zion. We hung our lyres up upon the willows in the midst of it. For there our captives ask us for the words of a song, and our plunderers for rejoicing, saying, sing to us a song of Zion. How could we sing the song of Yahuwah on foreign soil? If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget. Let my tongue cleave to my palate. I do not remember, if I do not remember you, I do not exalt Jerusalem above my chief joy. Remember, O Yahuwah, against the sons of Edom, the Yam of Jerusalem, who said, lay it bare to its foundation. O daughter of Babel, who are to be destroyed, blessed is he who repays you your deed, what you did to us. Blessed is he who shall take and dash your little ones against the rock. Wow. That's powerful stuff right there, man. Now let's get a look at Psalms 102. Psalms 102. O Yahuwah. No, not 102. I'm sorry. Psalms 122 or 122. Psalms 122. What I meant. I must be getting tired myself. Psalms 122. 122. I was glad when they said to me, let us go into the house of Yahuwah. Our feet have been standing within your gates, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem is spelt as a city that is bound together, where the tribes have come up, the tribes of Yah, a witness to Yisrael, to give thanks to the name of Yahuwah. For there the thrones of right ruling were set, the thrones of the house of Daud. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Let those who love you be at rest. Peace be within your walls. Rest in your citadels. For the sake of my brothers and companions, I say, peace be within you. For the sake of the house of Yahuwah, our Elohim, I seek your good. So there you go. You're supposed to pray for Jerusalem. Did y'all know that? You're supposed to pray for Jerusalem. Very cool, huh? Okay, let me see. Is there any other ones I haven't showed you? Yeah, this one right here. About it. It's probably the last picture. So we'll be wrapping it up here, folks. So there you go. There's a panoramic view of Jerusalem from the Mount of Olives. You can see all the stuff we just looked at way out there in the horizon, the background, all the new city. Nearly 1 million people here, and obviously this is the old city. All right, so powerful stuff. Go to Revelation 21. Revelation 21. (21:2) Revelation. And I, Yehukanan, saw the set apart city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of the heaven from Yahuwah, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the heaven saying, see, the Sukkah of Yahuwah is with men, and he shall dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and Yahuwah himself shall be with them and be their Yahuwah. And Yahuwah shall wipe away every tear from their eyes, And there shall be no more death, nor mourning, nor crying, and there shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away. And he who was sitting on the throne said, See, I make all things new. And he said to me, Write, for these words are true and trustworthy. And he said to me, It is done. I am the Aleph and the Tav, the beginning and the end. So there you go. The great city. Down in 10, it says, And he carried me away in the Ruach to a great and high mountain, and showed me the great city, the Kadesh Jerusalem, descending out of the heaven from Yahuwah. Heaven, the esteem of Yahuwah, and her light was like the most precious stone, like a jasper stone, clear as a crystal, and having a great and high wall, having 12 gates, and at the gates 12 messengers, and names written on them, which are of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. 3 gates on the east, 3 gates on the north, 3 gates on the south, and 3 gates on the west. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and on them were the names of the 12 emissaries of the Lamb. And he who spoke with me had a gold measuring rod to measure the city and its gates and its wall. And the city lies 4-cornered, and its length is as great as its breadth. And he measured the city with the rod, 2,200 kilometers length, and the breadth and the height of it are equal. And he measured its wall, 65 meters, according to the measure of a man, that is, of a messenger. And the structure of its wall was jasper, and the city was clean gold, like clear glass. And the foundations of the wall of the city were adorned with all kinds of precious stones. The first foundation, jasper; the second, sapphire; the third, agate; and the fourth, emerald; the fifth, sardox; the sixth, ruby; seventh, crystallite; the eighth, beryl; ninth, topaz; the 10th, chrysoprase; the 11th, jacinth; and the 12th, amethyst. And the 12 gates were 12 pearls. Each one of the gates was a single pearl. And the street of the city was clean gold, like transparent glass. And I saw no temple in it, for Yahuwah El Shaddai is its temple in the Lamb. And the city had no need of the sun nor of the moon to shine in it. For the esteem of Yahuwah lighted it, and the Lamb is its lamp. And the nations of those who are delivered shall walk in its light. And the sovereigns of the Eretz bring their esteem into it. And its gates shall not be shut at all by Yom, for Leah shall not be there. And they shall bring the esteem and the appreciation of the nations into it. And there shall be by no means enter into it whatever is unclean, neither anyone doing abomination and falsehood, but only those who are written in the Lamb's scroll of life. So there you go. There's New Jerusalem coming down out of the heaven from Yahuwah. And so Jerusalem will always be here, always. And so extremely interesting. Jerusalem is with us now. It's been here for 5,000 years. It's going to be restored. That abomination that you're seeing there in the center of that picture with the gold cap, that's going to be gone. It's going to be restored back to how it's supposed to be. And then after that 1,000-year millennium reign, the New Jerusalem's going to come down. He's going to destroy everything and create all new. And even the Jerusalem's going to be new. But he's already going to build it, and he's going to bring it down onto the new earth. And so you will live in the new city, Jerusalem. So it will always be there. Always, forever. Yahuwah's going to dwell in Jerusalem, in the new city, Jerusalem, at the end. But during the millennium reign, he'll be in the restored Jerusalem without that gold dome with that cap right there in the center. That won't be there. Okay. Very good. I can go on and on here, but I think I'm going to stop right there. Okay. I'm going to stop right there, and just going to wrap this up now. Been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes, but okay. So it's look. The whole point of this study is not only to identify Jerusalem, Zion, City of David, Temple Mount, and all of that for y'all in Yisrael, to understand it symbolically, spiritually, literally. And that's good. I mean, we all need to know that. But the thing that I think the main point here is that we understand the importance of Jerusalem. And we should respect that city and love that city and pray for that city and be very mindful of the city and what's being done over there and how we talk about that city, because it belongs to Yahuwah. And it's where he is. It's where his name's written. It's where he's going to dwell forever. This is an important little piece of real estate here in the center of the earth. Okay? And that's what we need to understand. Okay? So hopefully we all understand how important Jerusalem really and truly is to Yahuwah and to us as his people. Okay? So with that said, thank you everybody for coming on. I appreciate everybody who came in the chat room. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for showing your love and spreading love and showing your love to everybody, being kind to everybody in the chat room. I appreciate all of you coming and studying scripture with me every week more than you'll ever know. There's times where I have talked to people and I've come across indifferent and maybe more than I should. But the reason for that is because I wanted you to know or understand I'm not your teacher. Don't follow me. Okay? Don't look toward me. Look toward Yahuwah. I'm the same as you are. I'm just studying scripture out loud on this channel. That's all I'm doing. And I've opened it up, invited all of you to my house to study scripture with me. Not to reign over you, not to rule over you, not to be esteemed by you, but to be to love you and allow you to come into my home, invite you in so that you can study scripture with me. That's what I'm doing, man. That's all I'm doing. Okay? So for those of you that had to learn the hard way, sorry about that, Chief. I hope you understand now. Okay. Don't forget about tomorrow, man. We have Netzarim Assembly. The Netzarim will assemble in obedience to Scripture. And we will go on our scriptural study group time on the Shabbat. And we will get to know Yahuwah more, and we'll pursue to know Yahuwah more. And we should have a great time. And so everybody's welcome. We have an open format. It's a live broadcast just like this is, but we open it up and invite guests in. We can invite up to 9, including me, 10. And then, of course, the chat room's available. If you're just the type of person, you're an introvert type of person and you just want to watch, that's good too. Just sit there incognito and watch. That's good enough for me. Good enough for Yahuwah. It's good enough for me, man. So, yeah, don't forget to be there. We're on the same channel. Sparking Yahuwah, 3 words. But different time. It's 12 o'clock, lunchtime, noontime, straight up noon, 12 o'clock, Eastern Standard Time, p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, on the same channel here. It's the Netzarim Assembly, the Scripture Study Group is what we call it. So come, please join us. Everyone's welcome to be there. And matter of fact, be there or be square. And remember to stay in love with Yahusha. So long, Netzarim, beloved of Yahuwah. So long, everyone. Peace, joy, and love to everyone. See you tomorrow or see you next week, your choice. Adios, amigos, and adios, amigas.